our community meeting. This is our second community meeting that we're holding for the supportive housing proposed at 7 Glamorgan Avenue. So welcome and thank you very much for taking the time out of your evenings and your busy schedules to spend some time with us and learn more about this site and share any comments and feedback and thoughts that you're having about it with the folks who are on the call. My name is Diana Bully, and I'm an independent facilitator who has been invited here by the City of Toronto to moderate the meeting, and I'm very pleased to be here with you. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that this site is in the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. We are going to turn it over to our presentation in just a moment, but before we do, I would like to ask Deputy Mayor Thompson to provide some opening remarks. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Diana. And good evening, everyone, and welcome Mayor Tory and the amazing team that are working to provide housing for residents in the City of Toronto who are not housed, they're homeless. And our community have been asked to play a role with respect to this particular process. And I'm delighted, in fact, that we've been asked to play a role. Other communities are being asked as well to play a role in terms of addressing this very pressing issue that's facing the city and those who are experiencing homelessness. And our residents, our people here in this community, we don't have to go far and wide to find them. In fact, I think that many of the residents who are on this call this evening may remember not very long ago, we had a woman basically living at the intersection at Dundalk and Ellesmere. And we certainly want to address these types of needs that individuals have in our city. We can judge our city based on how we address the issues that are facing our most vulnerable individuals. And I want to be part of that group, of a leadership group that will address this issue basically head on in terms of ensuring that people have a warm place to live, a safe place to live, and are provided with additional assistance and care and that they need to help them to navigate their daily existence and so on, because that's the severity of it for many of the people who are living on our street. And so it's really super important that as we build 57 new homes in Scarborough Centre, that the community is fully aware and are on board to work with us. There are issues that you may have, and the team is here to provide you with answers. But the recognition is this: there is a tremendous number of people who are suffering in our city, and we have an obligation to help them. Just think about it. If this was a family member of yours, you would want to ensure that you do everything in your power, and you would ensure those who had the ability to help them are taking the necessary steps to do so. Under the leadership of Mayor Tory, Council has actually seen fit to address this very important issue in our city. And so our community has been asked to work together with the staff team. This is a second of 2 meetings. You will learn a lot about what's being proposed at 7 Glamorgan. And I just want to reiterate to members of the community, I wholeheartedly, 100% support what we're doing. And just to be clear, there might be concerns that you have or issues that you have. We're here to address those. And I look forward to working with my community to basically respond to the needs that exist in our city, which is to provide appropriate housing and shelter and services to those individuals who are in our city. And I welcome the opportunity to hear from you this evening. And I'll turn it back over to you, Diana, and thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And now I'll turn it over to Mayor Thompson. Or my apologies, Mayor Tory. We've just heard from Deputy Mayor Thompson. We're going to Mayor Tory. Mayor Tory.
Diana, thank you. And may I just say at the outset, first of all, thank you for taking the time tonight, those of you who've joined us. And we're looking forward to answering questions, to having you come away better informed, but we're also going to come away much better informed. And I can tell you right now that Deputy Mayor Michael Thompson, who of course represents this area on City Council, has been a constant source of information to me. But beyond that, he provides the feedback that comes from the neighborhood, but he's also already fed in some very helpful suggestions with respect to how to make this a better project. And I think that's the incredibly constructive way in which we can address this problem, that this challenge that he outlined. We as a city are and have been for some time sheltering 6,000 or 7,000 people every single night. And that's a good news story in the sense that there are as few as possible that are left to be in places like encampments and like on the street, and they have a roof over their heads. But really all we set out to do when we built a shelter system was to give people an emergency place to put their head down on a pillow and get a decent night's sleep, especially in the winter, but all times of the year. And what transpired over time was that those became a substitute, but they aren't a substitute for a real home, and especially a real home with some supports. And so we've decided to change course, and the changing of courses is a much more compassionate, effective thing to do. It's also more cost effective, by the way, which is to build a lot more supportive housing so that we can have each person with a unit that you'll hear more about tonight, that is going to be a feature of the units at 7 Glamorgan, that are independent units, and people pay rent, and they have a bed and a small kitchenette and a bathroom, of course. And I was at the one on it's now had its address on Dover Court. It's on Dover Court and Harrison in the sort of Midwest part of downtown. I've been to the one on Macy in Scarborough. I've been to the one that is to the site of the one that's to be in the beach, and so on. I'm visiting all of these, but when I went to the one that was finished and lived in now by people, the one thing I can tell you for sure, first of all, the level of supports that were there were terrific, and they're there all day and all night. There's 3 people, for example, on staff overnight. They have the most experienced and compassionate operators doing this, but I also met some of the residents. And they said to me the kind of thing that makes you want to be in these jobs in public life that Deputy Mayor Thompson and I have, which is how much of a difference this had made in their lives to have even a modest but a real home like this, a home, their own apartment, as opposed to being in a shelter where, again, there was a roof over their heads, but there wasn't the supports in those places in the shelters, and they're not really a home. I mean, they're set up more like a dormitory, but I mean, again, the benefit is it takes them out of the cold, but it doesn't really do what they need, which is to have a home, a dignified home, and to have the supports they need to get back on their feet. These projects give us a chance to do that, and we're doing them right across the city. They're not just here or just there. They're all across the city. I've been to all of the meetings without exception, and I've tried to sort of make sure that people feel comfortable in having the new neighbors they're going to have and becoming a part of what is a community. And it's a community where we look after each other. This is very much the Canadian and the Toronto way. And so enough from me. We have a distinct lack of affordable and supportive housing in the city. We are setting about remedying that in a way that is at a pace that we've never done before. We're going to continue to do that because we have to. And I believe in the end, this is the right thing to do by far. And I just hope that we can answer as many of your questions as possible tonight and have you come away comfortable and informed and supportive, in that you will yourselves see if there's some way in which you could help to make these people feel embraced and to feel like the neighbors they're going to be, because I think that's going to be good for them. It's going to be good for you, I would argue, and it's going to be really good for Toronto. So thanks so much. And I did explain to Diana, I have to leave at 8 o'clock to go to a meeting about the vaccines. It sort of never stops, but I will be here to listen for the period up until then. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Tory, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. So we're going to move into the presentation. And before we do, I would just like to highlight a few guidelines that we ask everyone to follow to ensure a respectful dialogue. We really want to hear from everyone this evening who wants to share their perspective, and we want to do that in a safe and respectful way. These are meant to be safe spaces where people feel like they can comfortably listen and share their perspectives and their ideas. For that reason, discrimination or abusive language of any kind will not be tolerated. We'll give you a warning, and then that will be followed by a removal from the event. Now, I'm sure we don't have to go down that road, and we're going to have a very good discussion around our virtual table, and we're looking forward to that. Let's take a look at our agenda for the session. We've just completed our welcome and introductions. We're going to hear in a moment about taking collective action on homelessness and the need for this housing in Toronto, which you've heard a little bit about already. And then we'll hear more specifically about how this housing will help people in need and the details on the homes with supports proposed at 7 Glamorgan. We also would like to spend some time with you to think about how you might support the success of this building. There are examples on other sites of where people are coming together to welcome their neighbors. You'll hear a little bit about that this evening. And then we think there are probably some great ideas that this community has for how they could welcome their neighbors as well. Finally, we'll talk about process and next steps in terms of a development and its timeline. And we'll have you on your way in about an hour and a half from now. When we come to the discussion portion of the evening, these are the instructions for how you can raise your hand, and I will keep a speaking order and we'll go kind of in the order that people raise their hand. All right, so now I'd like to turn it over to Abby Bond. She's the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat. She's going to share with us our first part of the presentation before we have a discussion. Please go ahead, Abby.
Yeah, thanks so much, Diana, and good evening to everyone here who's joined us on the call. It's great that you were able to make time to do that. So we're here to talk a little bit about the proposal tonight, and firstly to really explain what is driving our decision to try and bring this project to this neighborhood. So we have, as we've discussed already, a severe issue in the city with regard to homelessness. We're seeing far too many people without a home, and it really is a complex issue that we're facing. So we need many different partners to come together in order to help us address this issue. So we need neighbors and residents like yourselves and community groups. We need housing providers, also the City of Toronto, which is why we're here tonight, health partners and other levels of government like a province and the federal government. And this project is definitely a partnership between all three levels of government. Thanks, Diana. Next slide. So unfortunately, we see almost 8,000 people each night experiencing homelessness, and that could be living in our shelter system, living in parks or encampments across the city. So it really is a priority for us in our 10-year action plan to find homes with supports for everyone who needs one, so that we can really address this issue of homelessness in Toronto. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, homelessness is a complex issue, and it really is a complicated issue for individuals. There are many different ways that people find their way into homelessness. It could be a job loss or a loss of income, and that's happened to many more people during the pandemic. It could be a combination of not being able to find or keep your affordable housing. It could be health issues involved, both physical and mental health issues, and also substance use or addiction issues, and especially if they have been untreated or you've been unsupported for a long period of time. We also see people experiencing discrimination, could be racism, or other types of discrimination that really contribute to the complex reasons why people become and stay homeless. Next slide, please. So we've been trying to take action across the entire city. So this map shows for everyone the results of our work to date. These are new supportive housing sites that we're trying to open across the city. We know we have people experiencing and facing homelessness in all communities in Toronto, unfortunately. And so we're trying to make sure that we bring solutions to as many communities as possible so that people have a choice about where to live. Next slide, please. So we're here tonight to talk about 7 Glamorgan Avenue and some new homes that we're proposing to build. So new modular housing for approximately 57 people to support their health and well-being. Next slide, please. So these homes are rental studio apartments. Each one of them will have their own bathroom and kitchen. There will be other shared amenities on site, like a laundry, a commercial kitchen, maybe a dining room, and also a communal area for people to meet, as well as programming space. And we're also targeting a number of key population and people who really experience homelessness more than others. So we're looking to support women, Indigenous residents, seniors, people with disabilities, and others who are at risk of homelessness. Next slide, please. So I talked a little bit about all of the reasons why people might become homeless, and really supportive housing, the essence of it is about how we break down those barriers and address the issues that create homelessness. So we're looking to provide support services on site that give people access to medical care, mental health care, as well as physical health care, that helps people connect with education and training opportunities, that gives them a food program on site, maybe provide substance use or addiction counseling, as well as other life skills, and maybe even as simple as reconnecting with family and friends that they may have lost touch with. So it really is a personalized care plan that's put in place to address the issues that each individual may be facing. Next slide, please. So the basis of the success of these buildings is choosing the right supportive housing operator. And so we're really looking for non-profit operators that have a strong track record at managing these types of buildings across the city already and providing the kinds of support services that I just talked about. It really is important to recognize that all of the residents who will move into this building, they've made a choice to move here. They'll be paying rent like other renters in the neighborhood, and they'll be willing to access the supports provided on site. So a key part of the success, as I've said, is the fact that we choose the right operator who will take care of the residents, the building itself, make sure it's well maintained, and also the communication with the community more broadly. And we go through a robust process to choose those operators, and we look for criteria and track records so that we know we're picking the right one for the success of this building. Next slide, please. So I think it's important to say that community safety is our shared priority. We really don't anticipate any reductions in community safety as a result of this building. And it's also important to note that it is the nonprofit operator who will be responsible and be the primary organization responsible for making sure that any community concerns are addressed, the residents looked after, and that there's a open dialogue between the community, the building, the residents, the local councillor, and everybody so that we can work together to make this building successful.
Great.
Next slide.
Thank you,
Okay.
Becky.
Thanks.
That's great. Yeah. So that brings us to the end of the first part of our presentation. And now we'd like to turn it over to the members of the community who are on the call. And I'll just ask if you could please raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment or ask a question of the group here. Then we will keep a speaking order. And I don't see any hands up just yet. Just confirm if anybody has a question, comment. A quiet evening for a starter. All right. We may be moving into the next portion of our presentation. So in that case, I will introduce now Kevin Hutchinson. He's with TM Montgomery, and he's going to provide you with an overview of some of the details of the site. Please go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Diana. So I'll run through a couple images here and a few slides. I think there's 3 or 4 that describe the proposal here. The first image you're seeing is the site plan. The building you're seeing in the solid blue outline with the deep dark orange, that's the building footprint we're looking at. Generally, the site's about 80 meters long and the building frontage is about 30 meters long, so it occupies a little less than half of the lot frontage on Glamorgan. One of the other interesting site characteristics here is we do have a pretty significant grade change from north to south. So at Glamorgan, the street's about 4 meters higher than it is at the south end of the property. So quite a bit of a grade change across this piece of property. There are a couple existing attributes on site that we need to work around. One of them is an extent of below grade parking. So you can see dotted in, that's the extent of the below grade parking. There's also an existing path on the east side of the site that we are looking to preserve as well. So the building is positioned on the west side, close to the intersection of Dundalk and Glamorgan. I think it's also worth noting that there will be dedicated outdoor amenity space for the residents of this building, and that's generally over top of where the below grade parking garage structure is. Perhaps we could go to the next slide. These are two views of the building. The image on the left is the building as you would see it from Glamorgan. The image on the right is the Dundalk frontage. Because of the grade change on Glamorgan, you really see the building as if it is 5 stories. So the extra level is hidden behind grade, tucked below. It is a flat roof building. We're looking at a combination of lap siding tones. So in this case, we're showing a light gray and a dark gray for some nice contrast, and with some cedar accents, particularly at the deep recess, which is where the main entrance is. So you see that cedar recess climbing the full height of the building. That's where the entrance would be located. In addition to bring down the scale, we've also created a front porch pergola element. So there's a kind of wood structure that straddles over top of a set of stairs and a barrier-free ramp, providing barrier-free access to the building. On the image on the right, you can see how the grade starts to dip away from Glamorgan on the left, and we slope down to the right. On the right-hand side, there's a discrete entrance, which gives you access to the waste storage at the lower level, as well as long-term bike parking. We are looking at providing trees between the building and the street edge and enhancing some of that landscape buffer so that we can improve the streetscape. If we can go to the next slide. These are two views slightly rotated now so you can get a better sense of the building and its context. The image on the left, you're on Glamorgan looking towards Dundalk. You can see the 12-story apartment building behind, then this 5-story building and the 2-story houses. So in terms of built form transition, the building feels appropriately scaled to step down from 12 stories down to our 5, then down to the 2-story existing neighborhood. The image on the right is standing at the intersection of Dundalk and Glamorgan. You can see again the grade dropping away to the back, and you can see how important it is that we provide some good landscaping between the building face and the street edge. Perhaps we can go to the next slide. Modular housing is not necessarily a new thing. There are lots of structural components or architectural components that are prefabricated in factories. The unique aspect here is that we're prefabricating entire units in the factory and then delivering them on site pre-assembled with minor work to occur on site. The real benefit here is that construction happens in a factory where conditions are controlled. So we see a very high quality of construction for those elements, particularly that are built in a factory setting. The real benefit here is that construction for this type of project is reduced as compared to conventional construction. So here we're looking at about 8 to 10 months of construction rather than 16, 24 or longer for conventional construction. The real benefit there is that the disruption to the community during the period of construction is significantly reduced. We can go to the next slide. These are two views of the units that have been provided in phase 1. So this is not the first modular project. Again, the image on the left is from 11 Macy Avenue. You're seeing the bedroom, living room, and modest dining. And on the right, you're seeing an image from the Dovercourt Phase 1 site where you're seeing the kitchen. Each of these is a studio apartment with their own private kitchen and private studio, and they come furnished with bed, dining room and chairs, a lounge chair, dresser, and kitchen equipment. I think that's all I've got.
Great, thank you very much, Kevin. I would now like to invite Carrie Boombaka. She's the Director of Strategic Innovative Policy and Analysis in City Planning to share information about the planning review and approval process you see before you. Please go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you, Diane. Good evening, everybody. In order to get to the point where the buildings can be built, there is a number of approvals that are required. And even though this is city initiated, we still require any development to go through the regular review process that we would expect a private developer to advance. And in this instance, there are 2 approvals required. There's relief from the zoning bylaw because the proposal will need relief from the existing setbacks, height, parking relief, and it also will require site plan approval. So on June 8th of this year, Council endorsed us moving forward, not with a zoning bylaw, but by way of a minister's zoning order. And a minister's zoning order enables the minister to do exactly the same thing Council would do by putting in place the various setbacks and regulations to set the parameters for the development, But in this instance, there's no appeal of a minister's decision with respect to establishment of a minister's zoning order. Another important point I want to bring to your attention, and this was raised at our first community meeting, and for those who were in attendance, you were very concerned about having a identifiable address and that your address of 7 Glamorgan not change. So council has actually directed staff to investigate having a Dundalk address for the modular housing, so it's distinct from the existing Toronto Community Housing building. So the concerns that you raised the last meeting about addresses will be addressed by this motion. Next, please, Diane. So the timing of where we are. You'll recall that at the very beginning, you were notified of the intention of the city to advance with the modular housing development in May. Then we had our first community meeting. Council considered the report and gave us the direction to proceed by way of a minister's zoning order. And now we're at the second community meeting. So we have a lot of work to do between now and the next time we bring this forward to council. We're intending to bring forward our final recommendations to council at its July 14th meeting, and that will comprise all the relief that's sought from the zoning bylaw in order to allow the development to proceed. Over the course of the summer, we'll finalize any of the outstanding site plan matters that need to be addressed. And then hopefully by the time we get to March of next year, the residents will be able to move into the new development and occupy their new homes. Thank you, Diane.
Great, thank you, Carrie. And thank you to Kevin as well. So we're going to move into the next part of our discussion. And again, I'll just encourage everyone, if you have a question or a comment for any of the panelists and what you've heard so far, please do raise your hand and we'll call on you very quickly. I'll just give a moment here. We haven't got any questioners at the moment, but perhaps people are just thinking about what they'd like to bring forward.
Diana, do you want to maybe run over how people raise their hand? And again, just in case, it might be worth bringing up that slide, just in case people are having difficulty with that. It's not always the easiest.
Yes, could we please bring up that slide back up again, Mercedes? Or perhaps I can, oh, there we go. It's a little delay. Okay. So you'll see here, if you're on a tablet, you can tap the raise hand button at the bottom of the screen here. If you're on a smartphone, it's on the top right hand corner of the screen and then the raise hand. And if you're on the telephone, you would press *3 or *6. Right. Thanks for that, Abby. That's a good suggestion. We still don't appear to have, oh, here we have a caller in, and Tanisha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Tanisha. Yes,
Hi.
please go ahead.
I was here the last meeting, so I saw that no one was raising their hand. So I think that a lot of people, there are some people who are very concerned about the safety, I guess, of the community and children and the type of people who are going to move in. And, you know, we don't want to be discriminatory against people who have mental health issues and who are struggling with addiction and all the things that you've mentioned. But another group of people have no idea that this is even about to be built. It seems like the information hasn't been really passed through the community. I've asked a few people, they have no idea. So I think that is the conflict that's going to occur, is when they do see the building and have no idea about all these things that are taking place right now, the conversations and being a part of it, that's going to cause future maybe conflicts, like I've seen at 11 Macy's, where there's people who had no idea. And now that the things that are happening, a lot of police are being called there, and a lot of I saw today a woman had her shirt off in front of the building. She was walking around naked. The police had to be called, and people in the neighborhood had no idea. Like, they were just like, it's just coming from this place, you know? So that bridge, how do we bridge that gap, you know, and get people to really understand so they can embrace these people that they can be a part of the community, and it doesn't create another division where it's us and them.
All right, thanks, Tanisha. Would anyone like to respond to Tanisha's comments?
I guess it's Abby here. I heard two kind of points that were made. Maybe we should just talk about the how we made the information available. So we did postcard delivery as well as fact sheet delivery to the area surrounding the proposed site. So maybe if there are specific people, specific areas or buildings that you feel may not have received that information, if you can let us know and we'll do some follow-up on our end. But we made strong attempts to make sure that everybody has the postcard and the fact sheet information. We also have site signs up as well, so if people are walking past the site, that they should be able to see that there is a proposal coming for this site. But we're also happy to do any follow-up if there is other buildings or other ways that you think we should get in contact with the community. We're happy to do that. So that's one kind of point that I wanted to make in relation to the community safety concerns. Thank you for raising that. And as we said, community safety really is a shared priority of ours. I know that we've heard from the Deputy Mayor Thompson that that's also an important priority for him. And there's a number of things that we do to make sure that that remains a priority. So the first thing I want to say is that the track record and the experience of the operator, the people who will manage the building, the staff who will work in the building, really are the most critical part of maintaining community safety. So we will have staff on site 24/7, so there will always be staff there to support the residents. It may be that people who have experienced homelessness for a period of time sometimes do have a crisis, a health crisis, where they need support. They may need the support of emergency services and or the staff on site. So it's important that the people who work there have the right kind of experience to manage that safely. And so that's a really important part of what we're looking for when we interview a nonprofit operator for this site. I think as well, we also look to maintain really good dialogue and open channels of communication with the broader community so that we can make sure if any issues arise that people are specifically concerned about, that they can be addressed. So for example, the building will have a telephone number where residents can call directly to the building. So it may be something, so not necessarily an emergency, but something that someone's become aware of. You can contact the building and the staff directly, and that will be advertised on the website and make sure that people have that contact information if necessary. So there's a number of other things that we can do, but those are some of the efforts that we make to make sure that there's good, strong communication and that community safety remains a priority from day one all the way through the whole life of the building.
Diane, if I could.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Tanisha, for your comments and so on. But I can tell you that in speaking with a number of residents, particularly we talked about Dominica, who is the lady that I referenced, who was at the intersection of Dundalk and Ellesmere. And they have said to me personally that you need to take action to address this issue. Number of residents who live in the area. My office has received numerous phone calls as a result of the distribution of the material that Abby has spoken about from residents actually asking about this particular development. In fact, a number of residents have actually expressed an interest in terms of living in this particular development and so on. So we've also met with and chatted with the Agent Court Community Association, AXA, which is actually located less than 150 meters away. They have a food bank. They have a strong contingent of residents from the area who are engaged, and they too have actually reached out to the community and have actually expressed support for the action that's actually being taken by the city with respect to this development. So I've had a number of people reach out to me regarding questions to both myself personally as well as my office directly. I've also taken the opportunity to actually go to Highland Farms and to talk to residents coming in to shop, to tell them what we were actually doing and to ask them what their thoughts were, to talk to them about the fact that we're meeting with residents to discuss this development. This is an opportunity for everyone in the community to hear about what's actually being proposed. We have done a really good job in terms of getting the information out. I know that there were some issues, and I think that Tanisha had mentioned that some of the literature had just been left in the building at number 7, and I know, Abby, you were looking into that. But we have followed up with respect to phone calls, talking with people, and I can just simply say this, the feedback that I've had from the residents has been that they support this development. And of course, they are concerned, as been pointed out by Tanisha, about safety and all the other issues. I've explained to them about what actually is going to be done as it relates to providing support and assistance to the residents here. And so I think it's really important that residents understand that we are going to continue to inform people in the community as to what's actually going to happen, and also at the same time provide them with the opportunity to either be in touch with myself and or Abby with your team. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Tanisha, I see you have your hand up again. Did you want to add anything to your comments?
Yes, I would say I just wanted to thank both for the response, the Deputy Mayor and Abby. I did see that the flyer did get passed around, the information, after it was left in the lobby. So there was an active due diligence to make sure that it got to people's actual door, So after that, that was a good thing to see. And also I'd be interested in the aspects of the keeping the lines of communication open, when this organization comes and whoever's going to be managing, and really allowing that to be like that foundation to connect with this building and surrounding areas. I did see that lady outside of Highland Farms and all her stuff. I've walked past her in the rain, so I do see that this is a very important issue. I myself have suffered with many adverse conditions growing up in the city. And so I come here to ask questions, but also because I'm in support of change, and how important it is to do things in a way where everybody can feel included, that everyone feels like they have a say. So I just wanted to thank you guys for that opportunity.
Thank you very much, Tanisha. Appreciate your comments and your questions as well. All right. So I don't see any other hands up at the moment. So perhaps we'll move into the next part of our presentation. And this is going to be turning back over to Abby and Mercedes, if you're able to bring that up. Great. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Diana. So we just have a few more slides for you this evening, and then maybe you'll have some more questions for us or comments about the proposal that we have. So really, as I touched on, the fact that homelessness is a complicated issue to solve, really at the heart of it is the fact that providing homes like these with supports do help make all of our communities in our city safer. So having people come in from outside, not living outside on the streets, not living in shelters, but in their own homes, will actually collectively improve community safety across our communities in the city. Next slide, please. So I think building on some of the comments that Tanisha made, how do we work together to make this a successful project? And the fact that you're all here tonight to hear from us, and hopefully we're here to hear from you, means that there are many people here in this community who are willing to work with us to make this very successful. And so we would like to work with you throughout every stage of the development. So we're here in the kind of site plan review and approval stage, but that goes on throughout the building, all of the cycles of the building, through construction and through to when the building opens. And we really encourage you to share your interests and priorities for the site. We'd love to get feedback on the building and site design elements, as well as any aspects of your community adjacent to the site which you feel could be improved, such as lighting, pathways, landscaping, and any suggestions that you might have for how these new homes could really benefit the new residents that we're proposing to move into the community. So we're looking for your feedback on that. Next slide, please. So building a homes like these with supports really provide the answer to homelessness. We're giving new residents the opportunity to move in, to choose your neighborhood as a place that they want to make their home, and to be supported as we all come together to create a safe, welcoming, inclusive community for everyone. And projects like this, buildings like this, and homes like this really do reduce the number of people who are experiencing homelessness, and ultimately they save lives and mean that many people can live their best lives in these new homes. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to highlight this. This is another supportive housing building that the city was involved in partnership with St. Clair's Multi-Faith. So they're another nonprofit operator. And this building was actually recently opened, and it's in the Kensington Market area. And the reason that we've highlighted this is because it really shows the efforts that through design you can make something really unique. And here there are local artists who really work to create a healing and playful atmosphere, and hopefully providing an inspiration for the new residents who will move in, but also for the community at large. So this was custom designed artwork that was really about welcoming residents to their new home and making it a really unique place to live. So this is something that we've done on other buildings, and we're really interested to hear if people have ideas of how we might make this building special and unique for the new residents who'll be moving in. So thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Abby. All right, so now we've come to the final part of our presentation. Thank you again for your attention. And if there are any comments that folks may have or ideas that might be percolating around how you might support the success of this building, if there are any opportunities you see for how the community might come together, there have been some examples shared here, and I'm sure others have great ideas. So just raise your hand and we'll be happy to call on you. Tanisha, yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, I love this idea of bringing art into the community, art therapy, music therapy, and having possibly this organization. I don't know if they will be able to provide these services, or do they direct the people who live there to services, but if they could be able to bring that as things that are activities and ways to help holistically the process of the transition and integrating into a new way of life and a new hope, you know, and for that to be something that would be implemented would be, I think, very helpful, rather than always a the psychiatric methods and the medicines and in that direction, which is of course important, but I think that that creative aspect would be very helpful for both, even if it helped, you know, to integrate for everybody who's in the community to be involved in the activities.
Yeah. Mayor Tory?
So.
Oh, I think you're on mute.
Just going to mention, Diana, to Tanisha that I think it's a very good idea. And when I was at the Modular Housing project on Harrison Dovercourt on Saturday last weekend, I noticed in the common room there was a whole corner of art supplies for the residents to use, and so I think it's already part of what they're doing in these projects to give people exactly the benefit that you talked about and the sort of recreational activity. And it was, I should tell you, a lovely room, and it's the room in which the residents eat their meals, but it's also a room with a lot of activities in it. It has a television, and it's just a very nice room on the main floor of this building. But the art supplies were very much in evidence for people to use. So I can just tell you that I think they're onto that as something that is, helpful to make the residents comfortable.
Thanks. Yes, Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. I was just going to certainly thank Tanisha for her input in this one. And you know, if we were having this meeting in the community, we would see her and be able to exchange further ideas with her and so on. I'm just going to sort of suggest to Tanisha that I would love you to contact my office. I would really love you to play a real leadership role in this area of the community. We're currently working with the Glamorgan School. We're going to do some streetscaping activities. We're going to be putting some planters in. We're going to work with planting flowers in the roundabout that's in that area. And we're just sort of strategizing right now in terms of how we kind of bring some additional life to the Glamorgan Park. We were there last Friday night dealing with the issues that occurred in London, Ontario, and so on. A lot of residents were talking. So I wanted just to say to Tanisha, I just so thank you. I'm so thankful for your leadership on this and the comments you've made. And I'd like to invite you to work with me and other members of the community and our team here to really, you know, put in place the type of foundations and the types of things that we need to welcome others and so on. And it sounds like you have a lot of experience, and I'd love to you know, to see how we can work together on behalf of members of the community, and even on this project to provide your input and so on. So I welcome the opportunity. I'm hoping that you will be amenable to that, and I would be more than delighted to actually work with you and other members of the community.
Tanisha, we will post at the end here the counselor's contact information. So if you're wanting to reach out further and take advantage of the offer and come together in this collaborative way, that we would encourage you to do that. Are you still with us, Tanisha?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, now we can. Yeah.
Yes, I will definitely get in contact with the deputy mayor. It is something that, as I was hearing him talk, I did feel that energy, that I do have a lot of ideas that I think could be implemented, could be helped, and we could definitely work towards that. I myself would even be interested in participating. I am an artist. I paint. I also do graphic design, photography, and I also do music. So for me, that has been the path towards my healing. And so I'd be open to be a part of that and share with other people my own experience in that field. So yes, I'd definitely be open for that.
Looking forward to it, Tanisha.
Great, and I will be in contact with you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tanisha. All right, a good connection there. We have another person with a question. Kathy, please go ahead, Kathy. Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to thank Mayor Tory for going with me to the Dovercourt site so that we saw what we needed to work with and work on. And I've sent those recommendations to Mayor Tory and to Abby. Deputy Mayor, if you would like a copy of that report, I'd be glad to forward it on to you so that we can make some changes that are needed and make this, every project should be more successful. So
I would love a copy.
I will send that to you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
So people know, Diana, Kathy Birch is a person who's helped us a lot with accessibility issues at Toronto Community Housing, and so she gave up her own time to come to the project that I was referring to, the Modular Housing project. And of course, because it's modular construction, you know, there are things we can do to alter it, but you know, turnaround radiuses in the bathroom and many things that she identified that were things that will make this not every unit is fully accessible, but I'm proud to say that quite a few are. But there are things we have to do, and Kathy pointed them out, to improve these buildings so that they can be a home as well for people with differing abilities. And it was just a most useful meeting, and I think the results will make this a much better development overall, all of these ones, as we can make hopefully as many of these modifications as possible.
I think, Mayor, that they're fully accessible up to a certain level of disability, and we've got to identify what our next steps are and how we go forward with this to make it work and to achieve the original plan and the intent of these modular builds for people with disabilities. But I wouldn't say that they're not 100% accessible, because they absolutely are, up to a certain level of disability. So I think if you're with a walker, you can absolutely function with it in them. Wheelchairs and scooters are going to be a bit of a challenge, and we're going to have to figure out a strategy going forward. Mayor, that report's already at your office, and Deputy Mayor, I'll be glad to forward it on to you as well.
Thanks, Kathy. It's Abby here, and we received the report that you kindly put together, and we've already started the conversation with the project team and our architect team about which of those suggestions we can incorporate in the existing buildings or buildings that we're currently designing, and which ones we need to think about for, you know, future programs and future design. So we're very grateful for the effort that you made and the visit that you made to our building, and just thank you very much for your ongoing kind of support and input on this important issue.
It absolutely is, and we my committee fully supports this program and the projects. It's just, let's make sure we get it right and deal with the issues that are critical, such as the elevators, and see what we can do and make it better. And I really want to be a part of the team that helps make those decisions.
Thanks, Kathy. We want you to be a part of that team as well. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for calling in, Kathy. Appreciate that. And if there are any other comments or questions, just give another moment or two. Mayor Tory, we may get you on your vaccine meeting and you won't have to make that choice. So that's wonderful. All right, well, I think we've perhaps come to the end. Mercedes, if I could ask if we could just share the contact information, so that if folks think of something following this meeting that they'd like to raise with either this Housing Secretariat or with Deputy Mayor Thompson's office or with Mayor Tory, here are the contact numbers. Oh, there we go. So you can contact the community liaison and we will get back to you there, or you can contact Deputy Mayor Thompson by phone or email here. And Tanisha, I think the Deputy Mayor will be looking for your connection, and otherwise we will pause there. And thank you everyone for participating and for listening. Thank you to our panelists and our presenters. And I'll turn it back over to Deputy Mayor Thompson for closing remarks before we bid farewell.
Thank you very much, Diane. I just want to also offer my thanks to members of the community who've come out to hear about the proposed development at 7 Glamorgan. And I want to thank Abby and her team. And we have gone through a lot, and Carrie and others and so on, addressing some of the concerns that have been brought to my attention and some of my thoughts around how we advance this, development for the community and ensuring that we can provide assistance to those who are in need. And of course, the important thing is a home where they are going to be safe and out of the inclement weather and the wraparound services that are associated with it. But I'm very proud of my community and the residents here who have spoken to me and are very much in support and want this to work. And we have illustrated to them the avenues that they have access to myself and the team to bring forward their ideas and so on. And I'm really looking forward to working with Tanisha and the ideas that she has. Not simply, Tanisha, just to tell you about the modular housing opportunity, but also other things in the community that we're working on. We're working with the principal at Glamorgan School to address some of the issues that the communities think is important for them. And I'm inviting you and others, your neighbors who may have an interest that you speak to come forward and help us and so on. And it's finally, I want to thank the mayor and his leadership. I've been a councillor now for some time, and I know that there's been a lot of talk about trying to address this issue. I'm happy that it's not simply talk, but it's actually action, with a strong sense of getting things done. And I don't mind telling members of my community that I'm 100% in support of this development and support of the mayor's leadership and council's leadership in terms of bringing this matter forward, as well as that of Deputy Mayor Bilau. So I'm very proud of my community tonight because it speaks to the humanity and the compassion that you have for others and so on, because we've seen firsthand Dominica, who is crying out for a place to be able to feel warm and to feel comforted, and at the same time that an understanding of our community that we can welcome people in. And yes, there are concerns, and as I said at our last meeting, any development that's being proposed in our community, there are issues and challenges and so on that we have to work through. This is no different. This is part of the natural process that we are advancing and so on. So I welcome this development in our community. Looking forward to the doors actually being open to welcoming people in I guess the spring of next year. I think March, I think was that what you had indicated. So looking forward. So I turn it back over to you, Diane. I know the mayor has to leave shortly, so I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Tory, final comments to you this evening.
Well, the deadline keeps me brief, Diana, but may I begin by thanking you for a good job as always moderating this discussion, and to thank our city staff for being with us, and to thank the residents who came on. This was a very constructive discussion. Every single one of these meetings, every encounter, every visit that you have to one of these sites, we come away with ways in which we improve. Something that I think is already going to be a very net positive addition to our city and to these neighborhoods. And so tonight was no exception to that. I can tell you that from the beginning, with the first of the buildings on Macy, we have made changes to the basic design. We've made changes within different buildings in different locations to suit what needs to go on in that building in that neighborhood. But the principal objective, of course, remains the same, which is to support people who, I can just tell you from the looks in the eyes of the people I saw last Saturday, deeply appreciate that support, and it will bring stability and dignity to their lives. In some cases, for a long time, they haven't had something to call a home, pardon me, with supports. And I can just say that the ones that I've seen are doing just that. And, you know, we're still in the sort of shakedown cruise with both of the ones that are open with residents, but they're coming along nicely, and the neighbors are embracing them, as I heard is going to be the case with this one. So, and thank you especially as well to Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Thompson, who has embraced this from the beginning and has made changes himself to this project and how it operates. He has sought out the residents. He goes to the Highland Farms, as he said, and talks to people there. But this is the kind of support that we need to, make sure that this development can be compatible and can be welcomed and can be embraced and can do the good that it's going to do for both the people who are going to live there, but also for the rest of the city. We have to do better than to have people on the streets or in encampments, and I know we can. And this is the way to do it, with real homes for people that provide real supports to them on a day-by-day basis. So thank you again. We'll look forward to having further discussions with you, the residents, that is, and we really appreciate your joining us tonight. Thank you, Diana.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Be safe. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Bye-bye.